Oregon City Library Board meeting will come to order at 5:01 p.m. In attendance are Ken Hall, Larry Osborne, Cynthia Andrews, Scott Edwards, Susie Jefferson, Nick Dirkman, and Carrie Linder, as well as library staff Maureen Cole and Denise Butcher. Our first item of business is approval of the minutes, which you all received last week. Are there any corrections or additions? Is there a
Move approval.
Second?
second? All right, all those in favor of approving the minutes say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Minutes are approved. And now we'll move on to item 3, public comments. Seeing none, which I hope means we're doing our job. We'll move on to number 4, the library director's report.
Great. I'll
Which
keep
is a
this.
doozy this month.
It was busy this month, yeah. That basically sums it up. So we had our highest door count ever for our entire career at the library that we've been tracking, but I'm pretty sure like ever, you know? So 43,784 on the door counter. So that's like 4,000 more than this time last year, which that's a lot. And it's like 2,000 more, not quite 2,000 more just since last month, which was also very busy. So you'll remember that 40,000 is like, once we hit 40,000, that's really high. That's amongst our highest numbers, you know, and usually it's in the summer, but man, almost 44,000. That was incredible when I saw that. I actually went back and added up every single day because I didn't believe it. So just to be sure. So that's amazing. All the July statistics, I think, look really good. The other thing of note probably is our circulation, which was above 53,000, which is also very, very high. Claudia's so beautiful. For us. So, you know, it's just going gangbusters down there. And if there's a drawback to it, it's that our staff probably feel really tapped out and that we're kind of too busy for the building sometimes. Not all the time, but like our programs, the children's programs, some of them have been like filled way over capacity. And so then you get this like, oh, who gets to get in, who doesn't get to get in kind of thing. You know, you start having to manage entrance to the to some of the programs, and we've had to go to a system where the kids programs, the parents and the kids don't get to wait in the hallway because it was causing like a safety hazard, frankly, because people couldn't get to the restroom, they couldn't get to the elevator, you know, that kind of thing. So those are really good problems to be dealing with, but you know, there are things that we have to manage. So just so you guys know that. So as I said, the programs have been great. So I'm always talking about what's going on now because that's what's in my mind. But of course, this is about July. But just so you know, the summer reading programs, this is the last week for them. So today was our last concert. It was Micah and me. I want to make sure that you have this earworm in your mind. Baby shark, 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 baby shark, shark, shark. Yeah, Micah and me were singing that. And if you don't know it, look it up.
Okay.
Baby shark, baby shark.
Okay.
You'll be sorry.
You'll be sorry. Yeah.
All right.
I expect to see you posting on Facebook about that. Okay, thank you, Mo. Yeah. And after this week, then we'll have a 2-week hiatus from programs, although summer reading doesn't officially end until September 1, so everybody keeps turning in their logs and picking up their prizes until then. We've had really, really good response with the tween and teen age group this year. And in general, the kids stuff and the adult stuff are up. But Barrett and Sabrina did go to like all the schools before the end of school, and that has really had an impact on summer reading. And also probably art lab, where she talked up a whole bunch, and she's not going to do that next year because it created chaos. But anyway, so it's just been really great. We're currently in the middle of interviewing some of the 15-hour-a-week assignments. We have selected a few people, but they haven't really started in that new capacity. So that will kind of result in more support going to each department, but then we'll be having to be backfilling with other on-calls as they move off into their specific assignments. I think it'll be really, really good. We'll get to policies in a minute. There have been some disturbances at the library, some really, really interesting disturbances at the library. One of them was a politician who is not in office. He came and started putting up banners and lawn signs outside, and staff weren't, our community room policy didn't specifically address that, so they had questions about that. The people were fine with complying with staff once they were requested to take those down, but they did bring some Proud Boys with them. Do you know what those are? They are, they're associated with right-wing politics. They tend to wear a specific shirt that identifies them. They are there to be opposed to Antifa. And there will be actually a lot of that going on in Portland this weekend. But they were there in case Antifa did show up to this. And, they're like the far, far liberal. You're looking all perplexed, but they're the far left people who are also violent. So you're looking at two extreme groups that are violent.
This was at Oregon City Library?
Yes, it was. And it's a politician who is running for the congressional district, and we're in that district. So not that we don't ask these questions necessarily, but we will start asking more questions. Not that we would say, you can't come here, just that we were like, we need to do more to have heads up to staff and or police in the future is what we came out with. So all's well that ends well, but it freaked staff out bluntly. And so that's where some of these conversations were initiated from. And then Denise and Scott got to witness a fight, which you guys just feel free to tell everybody about it, because I didn't see it.
Yeah, well, I was walking down on my lunch hour to pick up some books, and there was an adult male in the fountain area wearing nothing but shorts, sitting there, bathing, I guess. I went in and got my materials about 10 minutes or so, and I picked up the Oregon City News, which is by the elevator. And the elevator opened, and there were two men that got off the elevator, one of which was the man that was in the fountain area, and he was barefoot and not wearing a shirt and still, wet from being in the fountain coming up from the second floor. And he was accusing the other man of taking his hat. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, uh-oh, better follow these two. And he became more and more aggressive and louder and belligerent. And the other man said, get away from me. I don't have your hat. I don't have your hat. And I kept following him, and the other guy was trying to get away. And he got to the other side at the doors to get out, and he yelled, please call 911. This guy won't leave me alone. So I and another man followed them out and waited, and the other guy kept harassing the other one. And as they were walking towards 7th Street, and they went up, and I couldn't see them anymore, so I thought, I'd better run after them and make sure they break it up. I ran out there, and as soon as I turned the corner, they were in a fist fight. So I ran back and asked the librarian if she'd called 911, and she said no, and I said, please call them now. And I ran back out there, and by the time I got to them, they were rolling around wrestling on the ground, and I tried to break them up without making it without making it worse or getting too involved.
Yeah.
But he would not get off of the guy, but the other person who was attacked was able to get him kind of into like a headlock to protect himself, and he was able to get away, but the guy would not stop. He kept going after them. And Denise came out right after this, and then there was another woman came out and she was calling 911 as well. Eventually, the guy who was assaulted was able to get away, and the man did not follow him this time, and he walked up 7th Street, at which point the man who attacked walked down towards Denise and I and the other woman, and she offered help to him, and he verbally insulted her, at which point she left. I don't blame her. Then Denise and I stayed there. I tried to stay between him and everyone else and the library entrance, make sure he didn't go back in the library, and also to try to warn people who were coming down the sidewalk, because there were a lot of people that were coming down there, then all of a sudden they look up and they see Denise or I going like this, and they see the guy half naked yelling, and they're like, uh-oh. So they turn around, so he was screaming and like sobbing without crying, and then just sitting there silent, and then standing and screaming. And Denise and I stayed there till the cops showed up. They talked to him, then they talked to us, and the two of them went over and attempted to arrest him, at which point he resisted arrest, used some really awful offensive slurs and spit on the police officers, and physically resisted arrest. They put a call in for backup, and then, immediately heard sirens, and there were 2 more police officers showed up, so there were 4 total. 3 Oregon City, 1 Clackamas County, and it took all 4 of them to get him in cuffs and in the car.
He was having a very bad day.
Yes.
Yeah, which meant Denise had a very bad day too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
And I
Thanks
thank
for your
Scott
help.
for staying there with me
Yeah.
while I waited.
Really.
And then to follow up, I got subpoenaed by the grand jury to testify against him. So that happened last Monday, a week ago Monday. Yeah, so and he's still in jail. He'll be there until his trial.
So we ended up, what Scott couldn't know is that the same individual, when he came in from the spray park, walked into the bathroom and completely destroyed the bathroom. Then he went upstairs, found this person to get into a fight with. So we've banned him for life. This is one of those times where it's like you broke so many rules, and it, like you might be fine when you're not high, because he was out of his mind high. Like, we can't take that chance with you because you have proven how volatile you are, and we hate doing that. But I mean, literally, we have like less than 5, don't we, people who are
We have 5.
were banned completely. That's not, usually it's like a day, you've seen our policy, usually it's like a day or something, come back when you feel better, come back when you can fix what's going on, et cetera, But yeah, we went ahead and just banned him. He was actually served while he was in jail, so he knows not to come back to the library. So that was July, was hopping at the library. Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. It's like the good, bad, and the ugly. It's a little bit of everything. When you're that busy, it's, lots of things can happen, so anyway, safety is one of those things that's always at the top of our list. And, so we think about that a lot. And then our policies also really need to back us up. So it's the kind of thing where, even though it might be a park rule or something, we need sometimes to make mention of it so that, a staff person can hand it to somebody and say, this is why I am asking you. I am not treating you differently than anybody else. So I'm getting into the policy conversation, but, it's like policies are super, super important. So that's why they keep coming back. Anyway, so it was hopping at the library in July. And don't forget about the Volunteer Appreciation Night on August 22nd. So that will be coming. There's Katie. You just know everybody.
Is that it for the library?
Yeah, any other questions about that?
I had a question.
Sure.
About statistics.
Sure.
Where you have it broken out and it shows the number of individuals with cards or how much they check out. So there's in city, out of city, and then this other category.
Right.
I know the other is like, I don't know, it was like 300 and some.
Yeah, 310, yeah.
But I can't remember what the but the number that they check out is really pretty high.
Yes, so,
It's
so
not
that's the number of people, from Oregon City. I mean, obviously, they have library cards. I just want to be really clear. There are more people in Oregon City that have library cards than that number. That's not what that's representing.
I understand.
Okay, okay,
I understand.
just as long as we're clear on that. So I would say that those people probably come from farther away, and so they check out more per trip because they come from farther away.
But they're outside of our service area.
Yep. They're out, yeah, they're not only outside of, yes, they're outside of our service area. Yes.
Which I was surprised that the number was that high, given that they were outside the service area. I assumed that somebody would just come in and get a couple things or whatever. I was just surprised by that, and I was
Yeah.
curious about, why that happens.
I always thought it was because people are probably coming from a little bit farther away, so they're making each trip count a little bit more. But honestly, I don't really know. But that trend is generally true, that the people in Oregon City actually check out the least per person. The people in unincorporated are next. It's usually higher because they're a little farther away. And that's the only, and then the people that are other are even higher than that. That's
The others-
generally that trend,
the
yeah.
The others could have a library card at Canby, for example.
Yep, they sure
Oh,
could.
okay, That's what.
Yeah,
I-
because what we don't have in this breakdown is, who's in Clackamas County versus outside of Clackamas County. That other is just everybody outside of
Right,
our,
and
we
I was
could,
thinking other being
we could
outside
make
of
it more
that.
granular, but right now, that's,
It was more.
Okay.
Now I understand.
okay.
The other thing, I did do one calculation, and that is that we have the number of card holders in Oregon City Library, and then the number of people that actually check things out, it's 17%.
Yeah,
So 17% of the people who hold cards last month checked out books, which I thought was.
well, and what's interesting is like our total number of people in in our service area is close to 60,000. So only 1/3 of those people have library cards. And then of those card holders, like you're saying, less than 20% check out things.
Right,
So it is very interesting.
yeah,
Yeah. That's kind of a good way to look at it.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So any other comments about statistics or director's report or July? Okay.
All right, let's move on to item 5, the library policy review.
Okay, well, so sorry. You heard the long, sad story of why this needed to be in here. So for the behavior policy, the only thing that changed is that we took the designated food eating area out. We just decided we just can't deal with food right now. I mean, and this is probably gonna, no, that was something else. Yeah, I'm getting my policies mixed up here. I can tell the way I started that sentence. You just want to review this in light of after-hours meetings, but that was the other policy. Anyway, we took the food thing out because the last one, you might recall, said, and you can't eat in the library except in specifically designated areas. That is the only change to the behavior policy, except for like 2 Scrivener's errors, as Katie would say. I
So were
learned that
there
from her.
designated areas before?
Huh?
Were
No,
there any
there weren't, but we were
Oh,
gonna
okay.
designate, because that's kind of a problem that we have. People eat in the library and we wanted to be able to say to them, go eat here, and then we really don't have a good area. So we'd rather deal with just saying, don't eat, than like, have this, we don't have an area,
Right.
that we can think of, that would be really very good. That people wouldn't be camping out and making our lobby look terrible and all that kind of stuff. We just don't really have that space. So right now, that's the way it is. So any questions about that? That's pretty straightforward.
I have another general
Sure,
policy question.
sure.
How, it may be a citywide question about how policies get set, but like on something like this, is there a legal review of these ever?
The behavior policy, yeah, the city attorney looks at that.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
because,
That's what I was.
yeah, we don't want to get sued for like
Right,
telling
that's
somebody
what I
they
was
can't
concerned
do
about.
something and
Right,
they can and.
good. All right, so.
Well, yeah.
I wasn't sure. So-
And we also need to kind of like make sure it doesn't conflict with just kind of library ethics, I mean, and we have some tension over that,
Right,
It's like, you want to let everybody do whatever they want until it's a problem for you, you know? And we all have that in us, so believe me, we run into that. Okay, all good with behavior policy? Okay, community room policy. So I looked at this community room policy and there were like multiple directions for the community room policy within paragraphs. And I broke it out so that, first of all, it kind of flowed from like how we're gonna do this whole thing, you know, from beginning to end. Like each bullet was a step along the way. Like you have to be 17 years or 18 years old. Like that's in the very beginning. They need to know that right up front, right? So let me just get my coffee out of that. So I tried to make it more clear by making each bullet just have one thing in it, so that you're not like trying to like, when I look at a bunch of text, I'm just like, I'll agree to anything, you know? And I don't really know what I'm looking at. So I tried to do that. I tried to also pull out some prohibited behaviors. So it specifically, there's a section on like, you cannot do this. You cannot cook in the community room, like including toasters. We hate to get really specific, but I have to tell you that if we don't get specific on certain things, it just comes back to like haunt us, you know? So if we have had the experience of somebody bringing in a toaster and like practically setting off the smoke alarm because they're burning toast in there, you know, then it's like, okay, by the way, a toaster is cooking. Like, we don't want you doing that. So we did that. That's the behavior.
Just on the document itself, there seems to be a little repetition. I'm not sure whether it was on purpose or
It's pretty
whatever. Because
intentional.
like, for example, in number 24, there is no cooking, but that's also said in number 12.
Yeah,
So you want to call
Yeah.
that out again? Is that
yeah.
your intent?
We
Okay.
really do.
I wasn't sure
Yeah.
whether it was just a, you know,
Yeah, because people tend to not, I mean, it ends up being this really long document, which is not great. But on the other hand,
clear.
if it's clear,
Yeah.
and like people will like scan and then see certain things that, you know, in different parts, I think. So I thought, well, if I really want to prohibit it, then I'm going to put it under prohibited, you know? And then, one of the other things we realized is like, often, well, we don't know how often, but we suspect that the person making the reservation is not necessarily the person attending the meeting. So they're agreeing to like all this stuff that they can't possibly promise is going to, you know, happen because they're not even there. So we added a thing that says you have to attend and you have to like pass on this information to your group. You're responsible for passing on this information. And we've already talked about like, well, what if they can't attend? Well, they're still responsible for passing it on, you know? And you know, it's just, they can have the other person make the reservation. We don't require a library card for the community room thing. So the other person could make the reservation too. So we added that. We broke out, we had a group last week that said, well, I didn't know that I was supposed to leave time in my reservation for setup. And then we're like, really? And I didn't know we were supposed to leave time in our reservation for, you know, cleaning up. And we're like, really? We have to spell that out. So we spelled it out. And that's one of the reasons all this gets so specific. We also realized we didn't really say what equipment we had available in there. And, you know, so we wanted to talk more about technology. Our last policy said we are not going to help you with technology. And it's like, what are we, insane? Of course we're helping them with technology because we don't want them to go in there and break it all, you know? So we just have to realize that's part of what we do. And so that's part of it, is the realization that we need to be more involved, not just in programs, but also in like just regular meetings from day to day. You know, they require more hand-holding than you would think. And that's when we go back to that like after hours kind of concept about people using that room. You know, it's like we're still working on that, by the way, Ozzy. And it does take like 6 months. I just want you to know, we're still working on getting our emergency room door changed to like a regular door. Not because it needs to be a new door or anything, but there's wiring involved for the keypad and this and that. It got really complicated really fast, as I knew it would. So this is like part of our hesitation about doing that because like the groups that we see in there require so much hand-holding already. So it's really gonna have to be spelled out when we start doing that. But so anyway, I just tried to be a little bit more organized, prohibit, be really clear on prohibited, and then say probably more than once, like, the library staff that you are talking to right now, they are authorized to deny you access and inform these rules. You know, they are the agent of the library and they have the authority to do that because I want to give everything to my staff that's possible. So that's what this is all about. And that's partially a fallout of experiences that we've had recently. And I just want to make it as easy to understand for people as possible. So are there any questions on that? Anything that,
Comments.
yeah,
On number 13, the technology,
yeah,
you say they have microphones available.
yeah.
Is there a sound system available?
To plug into?
Doesn't it plug into our?
Well, there's speakers, yeah,
Well, there has to be something between the microphone and the speaker.
yeah,
But I think that should be specified.
okay.
I mean, you're being very specific, and they ought to know that they don't need to bring their own sound system.
Right.
And then on number 15, you have usage are, and I think it should be usage is not permitted.
Okay.
And number 20, the community room may be available rather than may.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah,
Wait.
may be available.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Meg. Okay.
And the last sentence there, and this may be one of those things where you want to be really clear, but is that you give an explanation there of why this is in place, but I didn't see it anywhere else, and that was just a comment.
Oh, this decision is based primarily on the availability? Yeah. Well, I wasn't too concerned about this because I think this is the thing that's going to change. So, like, we are going to be addressing this again once we get that door in place and we can come up with some clear instructions. I mean, that's all going to be revised. So unfortunately, you're going to have to look at this again. This is kind of temporary. These are living documents, right? That's how I look at them all, you know?
Yeah.
They're getting lots of review and that's not a bad thing.
And suggested rewording for number 24. No cooking is allowed, rather than there
Thank
is
you.
no cooking,
No cooking is allowed. Okay.
because there may be cooking, it just shouldn't be. Oh, and finally, on the very last paragraph in red there, the third sentence from the bottom that starts out, activities disruptive. I think it might be or damage to the building, and then add dangerous down there as a separate thing for individuals. Because, I mean, it's not dangerous to the building, it just might
Oh, wait,
damage it.
this includes activities disruptive to library service, that one right there?
Yeah,
And dangers to the building?
yeah, I don't think dangerous is an appropriate word there. You're really worried about damage,
Damage, okay.
but danger does apply to individuals in the building, so you might want to pull that out.
Okay,
Just wanted you to know I did read it.
you sure did,
One thing, Mo, when I've read it, there's a lot there, obviously. And
Obviously.
For me, it takes
Yep.
a while to read it on.
Yep.
So it's just that I just struggled with the sequencing. And what I was thinking is that there's like rules around making the reservation for the room, age, all those kind of things. And then there's rules for use of the room.
Okay.
And I wondered if that might be, if you broke those out that way, it might make it clearer in a sense. Particularly, I would particularly around the use of the room, because that's affecting everybody that's involved, say, in a, in the use of it. Could be other people other than just the person that signed it, but that they could actually use, if it were separated out, it could almost use it as a handout to say, this is what you can
Yeah,
do.
that part could be pulled out,
Yeah,
yeah.
just a suggestion.
Okay, good suggestions. Okay, well, I will keep, any other feedback? Thanks for reading it so closely. This is the kind of thing, after you look at it, after a while, it's like, oh, I cannot think about this any longer. Go blurry-eyed on it. Okay, great, those are great. The other thing that got added to this, I can't remember where. I can't even find page 1 here now. Is something about signage and on 11, this includes but is not limited to putting up signage, registration table in the hallway. Actually, this one group, they were practically having a party in there, and it was during library hours, and they had the doors wide open. It was loud. It was very loud. So, and people will pull tables out into the hallway to use for like registration and all that, and it's like, anything you want to do in there, like almost, except glitter. Contain it in there. So that, and then I thought I also said something somewhere. I know I did in the behavior code. I thought, wait, not behavior. Something about signage. Let's see here. Outside.
25, 16, 16 and 25.
Yeah,
25
okay.
25 has a lot of detail about signage.
Signage, banners, lawn sign, etc. Yep, 25. Yeah. Actually, that might have been in there, but anyway, we wanted to emphasize those. Okay. I will take another stab at this. I really want to get this approved so we can use it,
We could have a motion to approve it with the corrections made tonight.
Would that work?
Yeah,
I would agree to that, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'd move that, in fact.
Okay.
second.
I'll second.
So those in favor of approving this policy with the corrections that we discussed tonight, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, the next one is the bulletin board policy that I just wanted.
Excuse me, did we approve the behavior policy
No.
before, and that was just a revisit, or do we need to approve that policy?
Yeah, you need to approve that policy too.
Okay.
Gonna move it.
That one just had the
We already did it.
designated eating space taken out of it, that's all.
Okay, we have to approve that though?
Sure, I would. I think I would feel better if you did, yeah, sorry.
Is there a motion
Thank
to
you,
approve
Cynthia.
the behavior, which one is this, the behavior rules?
The behavior policy for the
behavior
library,
policy,
yeah.
is there a
I'll
motion?
move that we adopt the behavior policy as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of approving the behavior rules governing the use of the Oregon City Public Library, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
Thank you. Okay, finally, the bulletin board policy, I just wanted to bring in alignment with kind of the no signage. And, no fundraising and all that kind of thing, and just be a little bit more specific about it. So that the community room policy and then the community information and bulletin board policy are in alignment with that. So, we added, this policy applies to any location within the library, that's the first sentence, or outside, and specific places. I think we added services down under 6. And then for-profit businesses or endeavors are not allowed to put signs on the community bulletin board, just being very specific about it. So that's the only change really to that policy, is just getting more specific, yes.
Oh, I was thinking that, like in number 1, where it says materials must be presented to library staff for approval, in order to protect the staff, some statement like, in case of a disagreement, final approval lies with the director. So that there isn't any
Sure.
doubt, a community member can't sort of browbeat a library staff member, and that definitely the director's the final arbiter of that.
That sounds great.
The only thought I had was about it says right now that something will be put up, it can be put up for 2 weeks. And I wondered if it's an event and the event time has passed,
Yeah.
if that would be the
Right.
criteria used. So I don't know.
Usually people come to us with like 6 months in advance, but yeah, that would be reasonable. I can just add that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just to make it, just to
The
clarify.
end date or 2 weeks, whichever's first, kind of
Right.
thing. Okay.
I have a couple too. On the second paragraph, the purpose of the library bulletin boards and general guidelines 1, I think there's a contradiction there. In the first paragraph, you say preference to post will be given to organizations. But in the first guideline, you say they'll be posted on a first come, first served basis.
Oh, okay.
Good point.
I think I know what you're talking about, but
That's
it's not
not meant
clear.
to be a conflict here. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I mean, it just could be something simply within the guideline given above, other things
Yeah,
will be posted.
yeah. That's mostly what I'm talking about there. Okay, yeah.
And then down to number 5, this is just a grammar thing. Say library facilities may not be used to advertise, and then there's a list of things. But it doesn't follow if you say library facilities may be used to advertise post-legal notices. So I think
yeah,
at that
okay.
point, probably need to break it
Yep.
out into a second sentence.
Okay,
That's number 6, isn't it?
Yeah, number 6.
Yeah.
And then number 8, and this is just personal preference, nothing else. In the second sentence, this is the only location they may post flyers. I suggest you put a where between location and they.
Oh, I see, yeah.
That's just to look
it's just
nice,
clarity,
for pretty.
yeah,
For pretty.
yeah.
On number 6, personal, commercial, or profit-making or non-library facilities may not be used to advertise items or services for sale. I think you might want to add there, or to give away, like free puppies,
Right. Okay,
that kind of thing. I think, I understand that that's already implied, but I think to be just very clear that it's not just profit, it's also
Yeah.
things to give away.
just because it's free doesn't make it okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
just clear.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's good.
Free snakes.
Always.
What did you say, free snakes?
Yeah, free snakes.
All right, any other thoughts? Okay,
Is there a motion to approve with the corrections from tonight?
So move.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor of approving the bulletin board policy say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. All right, the bulletin board policy is
Great.
approved.
thank you. All right, the last one, we don't really need to go into depth about tonight because this has not got the time urgency. But I really wanted you to look at this and provide some feedback to us because a lot of people think they are library partners because they are locating a meeting at the library. And we really want to say to them, you do not get to like use our logo, et cetera. I mean, we say that in our community room policy a bit, but this spells out more like what is a library partner and who we would seek as library partners. And we kind of, it needs to be a mutual thing, not just like you decide you're located at the library and therefore you're our partner. That does not fly. So that's what this is going for, some clarity about this, and also some clarity about, so that we could, for all parties involved, like what are we seeking, you know, when we say somebody's a library partner?
So can you, I mean, I obviously the Friends and the bookstore,
Oh, yeah, the support groups, that
Those are-
goes beyond saying.
but do we have other ones now? Do we have other partnerships now that are
Well, you
defined
know, that
partnerships?
we have no formal agreements with like anybody, do we? But, which is one reason that I'd like this to exist, so we could like look at those relationships and say, okay, does this fit with what we have said we were gonna go
Right.
after, you know? So like, we have blood drives regularly, and they're kind of partners with us. We do a lot of, work with, White Rabbit, Black Ink. We have, that's the bookstore on Main Street, the bookstore coffee shop on Main Street. The owner, Danielle, is a former librarian. So she like loved us from immediately when she had a place at Singer Hill. And we got to know each other because she has a just adorable little shop, and she carries like library-ish stuff, and she runs like, I don't know how many book groups out of there. She's amazing. We work with, get gift cards from there. Some are donated and some are reduced cost, I think. And we have trivia nights down there, and she is a partner with us. So,
So it doesn't, that's a commercial venture, obviously. And so it's not, when I thought of that before, when I knew that was happening, and I wondered about that because it seems like such a commercial business.
right, but remember, we used to have our, what were those events called that we had at the Midway?
True,
Those history events?
true.
And that was, our history pub, Poems from the Past.
Yes,
That was moved to the Clackamas County Historical Society, but it was also at a restaurant. And so that kind of alliance is not, you know, Wilsonville Library does theirs at their McMenamins. You know, so that's not unheard of. It's just like, you have to be clear on what are the expectations for each group. You know, what's each group getting out of it? You know, McMenamins is gonna sell food, right?
right.
And that's what White Rabbit would expect to sell, some wine and beer, because that's what they serve down there. They do serve, so.
But under this policy, would that now become more formal, that relationship?
I think that it would be the kind of thing where we would be able to look at this and say, okay, are we following our own guidelines? You know, because we should be, instead of not having something to adhere to, and question, if they don't work, question it. And then it would be something that we could give that person and say, and this is what you should expect from us as well.
Right.
And it would be the kind of thing where, you know, we're advertising a location, if nothing else, for them. It's like at White Rabbit, you
Yeah.
know? So,
But I guess still the question, is the plan to do something formal, a document?
well, you mean like a sign off?
Yes,
Well, we could add a signature to this, is what I was thinking.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. 'Cause
That
I
at least
the
each party
relationships-
has like looked at it and agreed to these things, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
I mean, the relationship could be different, and they all could be different. You know,
they could be.
All those partnerships could be different, so
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think it's actually protection, because you have this policy, because other people may be asking the same question about White Rabbit.
Well, exactly. I mean, you know, why White Rabbit and why not somewhere else? And it's like, well, I mean, if you can explain to me like why you might be a good location, maybe we would consider it, you know? But I think that's a very, very good question when you're like a public entity and you don't want to get in trouble with like commercial entities for favoritism or whatever.
Right.
You need to be able to explain why you are working with a particular group or not.
Right.
And the thing like the blood donation thing, Red Cross.
Red Cross.
If you're just using that room, you can't put a sign out,
Oh, good
right?
point.
But if
Yeah.
you're working with the library, you can, because we can. So it would be to somebody's benefit to be a partnership, and we certainly want to like promote, bloodletting, gathering. But, that it like makes us, we need to think about that. Like, is it appropriate for them to, what do they get out of it? And is that something that is okay?
And I was thinking also in terms of like grants and things like that also.
Grants?
It could be a grant with somebody, another organization.
Sure. Oh,
Goes out for a
absolutely.
grant.
Absolutely.
And then defining that relationship, I
Yeah.
think would really be important.
Yep. Definitely. And we did that one time with Museum of the Oregon Territory. We didn't get the grant, but it would have been the kind of thing where that would have been very important to talk about. And I don't think a lot of that is done. I'm not sure how many people like work with agencies, and between them, I'm not sure how much of that is done, when it's like relatively small potatoes.
Yeah.
But, you can get into trouble really fast. You know what I mean? You start disagreeing on things and it's like, yikes. Wait a minute, expectations are like assumptions.
Right.
You don't know they're there until they're not, and then it's like you're in big trouble all of a sudden.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's that many, so
No.
formalizing it
There's
to some
not.
extent seems like it'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
So I have a question,
Sure.
just for clarity.
Yeah.
The second paragraph says, will enter into sponsorship and collaborative relationships. And the second sentence says sponsorship and collaborative partnerships. And then in the fourth paragraph, it says partnership partners.
Oh, so I should keep my language.
In the back, of the
Similar?
second page, it has a definition of sponsorship, but I don't see one for collaborative relationships or partnerships.
Okay.
Or I would keep that the same and also maybe define it like you did sponsorship.
Okay.
Oh, and the other thing was sponsorship and collaborative partnerships will be subject to the approval of the director. So maybe like the collaborative partnerships should have more input or
Oh, you mean like the other party?
like the library board or the city or something, if it's going to be,
I don't know.
is
Do
that-
you want to micromanage me that way?
well, you won't be here, so.
No, I won't, but I mean, I could get into a lot of relationships before I leave. That's a very good question.
Because not the sponsorships, but just collaborative partnerships without a definition. That seemed like a lot of discretion and.
Okay, let me define it, because like, I really don't think that's the library board's purview. It's
Okay.
mostly for like programs and stuff like that,
Okay,
Yeah. So let me go back and define it. Define, okay. Yes,
And I had a comment about the next to the last paragraph. The library reserves the right to cancel an existing partnership with an organization that develops a public image incompatible, blah, blah. And it feels a little bit vague to me, so help me understand what you're after, and do we need to be clearer about what that really means?
can I even think of an example? So we came up with this from like another library, so we didn't make that part up. So I don't know if they had an example when they were thinking of it. I think that they just, it's like you always want reserve the right to get out of something if it's not working. I can't think of a specific example.
Well, there have been a number of cases where a nonprofit organization has suddenly become a profit-making organization.
That would be a good example.
Okay,
That would be actually a really good example.
Yeah.
If they weren't following their own rules of how they were supposed to behave, and it would reflect poorly on the library to be associated with a CEO that just got thrown in jail, or, an executive director that been padding their pockets or something.
so is there a process for working with an organization?
I don't know. We've never had this in place before, so that's a really good question. Yeah.
maybe there would be a sentence that said the library director will discuss the situation with the organization or something like that, so it doesn't feel like arbitrary. Just so that
So fair enough, yeah.
somehow the library is then protected from charges of discrimination, prejudice,
Yep,
that sort of thing. That's what I'm trying to get after.
no,
is
it's
keeping the
perfect.
library safe.
Yep, exactly.
From charges that could blow up,
Right.
an incident that you don't want to have happen.
Yeah. Yeah, so all decisions should be based on some kind of criteria, not just like pulled out of the air because I suddenly don't like, who I'm working with or whatever. No, I think that's good. Let me think more on that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm not having specific language suggestions,
Yeah, no.
just trying to find a way
Yeah.
to keep the library from
Yeah.
charges of, like I said, discrimination or prejudice.
That your mind is in the right place. Because we want this to help, not hurt. And if we're setting something up that could lead to more risk down the road or something, then it's not achieving our goal. So thank you for pointing that out.
It almost seems like it almost seems like there needs to be almost like a checklist of things to consider. Like I would be, if I could see cost, cost could be an issue if you're sharing with somebody, liability, just, I don't know what those might all entail, or even though, the work breakdown or whatever, if you're, some of the examples, but I would just seems like you'd want to go through and say, is it clear who's paying for this? Is it clear who's responsible and has the liability for this and, on down the line. And some, the majority of them probably will be crystal clear, but there'll be, there's definitely opportunities where it can be.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's what I wanted from you guys, is some feedback. And if you think of other things, feel free to email me. And because this can be, this is something we have not had in place, so we can keep working on it for a while. That's fine.
All right, let's move on to item 6, discussion of the next library director.
All right, you want one?
Yeah, we want you, Mel.
Yeah, can you say?
Make it so simple.
Yeah. Thank you. So you are the second meeting, because I just had the Friends Board meeting, where I'm asking, what skill set, what experience, what you'd like to see in the next director for this particular point in time and the next several years. And I tried to kind of list out things that we're involved in currently, to give you kind of an idea of, and I mean, you talk to me every month, so that helps a lot, of what's going on. We're super busy library, we're a growing library. Staffing is kind of going to be one of those big things. Serving the rest of our service area, working with Link, and going through the big task force process. So there's a lot on the horizon, and it won't hurt my feelings if somebody says, well, you were good at this and you weren't so great at this, but the next person needs to have this, because I think I was good for what we needed at the time. One reason I want to retire is because I'm kind of tired and think that it would be better done by somebody else, somebody with lots of energy. So I just wanted to hear from you. All your comments don't have to be contained in this meeting, because this is just advice and thoughts, but it will hopefully help help us write a job announcement, which will go out in early September, so that we could gather applications by the end of September, start interviewing in October, and be well on our path to have somebody hopefully before the end of the year, but if not, after the first of the year, and I can hang out that long, so. Anyway.
I really thought the list that you put together, like with the big task force and all those things, I thought that was really good. I mean, I think that really hits the, you know, in terms of what's on their horizon, you know, for the next 2 to 3 years. I thought that was a really good list.
I think it helps.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it helps me to think through in terms of sort of, it can be, there's aspects of it that can be, you know, different because a person could grow with the job in a sense. It's just
Oh, I certainly did.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like, it's
yeah.
not, because you have, since we just did the strategic plan, and if that, as long as that person can pick it up and carry it forward, and, you know, and obviously adjustments will need to be made to
Absolutely.
the strategic plan,
And they
but it's
would
not like starting
regardless.
from scratch. It's not like, you know, this is going to be more like adjustments and things like that. It could be new programs, but
Yeah, it will be a little bit of a different era, you know, because ours was about build, 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 and this is about, okay, the building is there, sustainability, but also growth in different ways, you know?
I mean, I think the biggest aspect that I see, or one of the aspects that will be lost, but depending on, you know, who really fills the position, is just, first of all, you're known throughout the state, and so you have a lot of influence in the state in terms of.
Less than you think.
Say what?
I said probably less than you think.
Well, I know you worked on those guidelines at
The
the state level,
standards.
standards
Yeah.
at the state level, and then relative to the library district, you have a lot of influence there because you've been, at least since I've been involved, you've been leading the directors group.
And yet, nothing changes, Nick.
Well,
This is our meeting of frustration about that, yeah.
Yeah, I know, we're snail pacing it along. But I think that, so it's hard to describe exactly what that skill is or what that, you know, is, but, you know, someone that can really state a position, you know, I just, you know, I think the way that, at least what I've seen with the LDAC meetings, and, you know, I think people turn to you as opposed to, there's a lot of people not giving much input, you know, even at those meetings, you know, so I think, I don't know how you define that, and, you know, that, it probably, some of that will depend on the person, but somebody who can really provide leadership beyond, it's in the library, but also beyond the library, particularly with that big task force that's coming up.
Okay.
I'd say this list you wrote up is great. I definitely, after the last couple of weeks, emphasize number 10,
Which one is that? I don't have that in front of me.
increasing safety concerns, as well as the, you know, well-being of the staff, after having seen also like some of the things that they have to do that are nowhere near in their job description, and the increasing number of these incidents that maybe somebody has a little more, and I've talked to quite a few people in this city. No one really seems to think it's going to get better, that this kind of thing is kind of going to increase around town. And so maybe this should be a little bit more, you know, it's definitely something we should be bringing up with the next library director. Maybe they have a little background more in that. And, you know, you want to know something that the next director that you were really good at, and that's, I would say, that, you know, being above and beyond involvement in the community, you know, not just showing up at the council meetings when you have to, but, you know, you know, being, you know, knowing everyone, going to the meetings and all neighborhood meetings and community meetings, and being willing to do that and, you know, represent the library and all of those things.
Okay, great. Well, I had a reason to go talk to people, you know what I mean? I needed to convince them that we needed a bond, and I mean, not that I could advocate for that, but, you know,
Right.
yeah. Believe me, it was outside my comfort zone a lot of the time. You get used to it, though.
It's important, you know, to get out there and talk to everyone else. And
You
and that's- I'm sure
really
that
need to, yeah.
Paid off.
Oh, I think it did pay off, yeah, big time. Okay,
One area I'd like to see emphasized more, or more directly anyway, is to implement the strategic plan. And number 4, you have update the strategic plan. But I think there's just so much good stuff in the strategic plan, and it's kind of alluded to in some of these other things, but really, I think a big focus, because you put a lot of time and effort into that, is to really intentionally focus on implementing the strategic plan, which will address some of these other items, but I think it needs to be called out very specifically.
So how do you frame that in a, let's say we're having an interview or something? How do we like say, demonstrate a time when you implemented a strategic plan? Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to like, how do you get at that information? Or is it in their resume or application? Maybe you could ask something. You know, we can send out some questions too, you know what I mean?
Talk about your experience in implementing or being a part of implementing strategic planning.
So you might pick one of the more difficult things to implement and ask them frankly, what would you do to implement it?
Is the strategic plan, I should know this, but I don't, on the website? So that any really smart candidate is going to have looked at that and should probably be familiarizing themselves with that prior to an interview. If they're smart, they are. And so I would think that they don't have to know every single little detail, but I do think that they need to be able to address what that looks like in their concept of managing the library.
That's a great idea. I love that.
I think that emphasis, particularly given where the library is, as you talked about earlier with sustainability and growth, and how they're going to use that plan to as they step into this phase of the library.
Good. This is great. Yeah, Ken.
I think that they should want them to consider some means of trying to bring the unincorporated areas more service. And so we haven't been fighting that battle here, but I know my friends in Beaver Creek have been complaining.
Yeah, have they?
Or at least mentioning it.
Would they be willing to provide some input? Your friends?
Well, I mean, I think that would be the conversations that need to happen is like, what kind of service are you looking for? How can I best, the library best address it? Those conversations need to take place. And frankly, it's like, I'm like burned, I'm tired. This is the work of the next director. They need to take that on. At this point, I have like 4.5 months left. That's not going to happen. So that's why you need like a fresh person who can really focus on that kind of thing, because maybe there needs to be a branch out, in the future out there. Who knows? That's the kind of thing that needs to get looked at. In the meantime, there's other things that can be done, as we've talked about.
Right now, there's a lot of crazy development going out there
Is there?
in the Beaver Creek area.
Well, and I would like to have somebody who would be able to get like really familiar with not just Oregon City, but like with other parts of the service area, because you get stuck in meetings. It gets really hard to get out.
Oh, yeah.
To even know where to like go to get out and like learn about different aspects of the community. So those conversations really need to take place. Agreed.
I think now that the construction phase is for the most part over, not counting doors, and we're ready to start doing additional projects like extending, I think the next director probably ought to devote some time to finding funding for the initiation of projects, not necessarily the ongoing part, but funding for initiation of programs through grants or other funding sources.
So yeah, that would be a question we could ask at some point.
Or at least exploring it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, people, if they're going to step into this kind of, a director's position, they should have a pretty good knowledge of like funding sources when it comes to library possibilities, and at least written a grant or two or something, at least have some familiarity with that. Okay,
I have to say, I'm still a little uncomfortable about not doing a nationwide search.
really?
I know, I think I'm the only person that feels that way, so I'm not trying to convince anybody, but I just think we're
We could-
passing up
we
the
could stick it in
possibility of
ALA.
getting some, not necessarily new blood, but some ideas that aren't now present within the state that might be, Alabama might have done a really good job, I doubt it, but they might have.
I was thinking more like Ohio or something. Has lots of libraries, yeah.
But that's,
Denver, yeah.
coming from a library school background, I think that's probably part of it. I want my people to have a chance.
Yeah, well, we could put it out there.
It just means you gotta weed a lot more.
Yeah, we do have to weed a lot more. Okay. I mean, the good thing about if you do go national, is like whoever the final candidate is, they can say, I'm like, they look nationally and this is what
Exactly.
they think is the best fit, so.
true.
Yeah. What we definitely don't want to do is be like what Lake Oswego did, and I hate to put them on the spot, but their city manager wanted to do internal candidates only.
Yeah,
And so it just is like, their public works director applied for the library director position. They didn't require an MLS, and I'm like, oh my gosh. They got a great person, an internal candidate, fortunately, but like, yeah, anyway. Shouldn't talk about other cities, sorry. Any other thoughts?
I agree with Larry that I think advertising nationally is a good strategy. I think it strengthens your pool of candidates. And although we want to hire people that know the state and understand the state's issues, I think a fresh set of eyes is sometimes a good idea.
I agree with that too.
What was brought up at the Friends meeting was wanting somebody, or making sure we had somebody who had, was interested in history, in the history of the area, Oregon City especially. So,
Who had a sense of history and it was important to them.
yes, exactly.
Is really what they were talking about. They don't necessarily have to come from here or anything, but they have a sense of how important that can be in a community and how important the history of the library has been in this community. So, there's people that just don't think history is important at all. And they didn't want somebody like that.
And looking at these items here, almost all of them are operations, really. So I think we have to ask ourselves, are we looking for a person whose strengths is operations that can at least implement the strategic plan? Or are we really needing someone who is a strategic thinker that can hook operations to long-range planning and thinking? And I think that's maybe two different kinds of people.
Oh, I would say, after working with Denise, who was exceptional at operations, they probably are you need both skill sets. And she's the operations manager. So, she focuses a lot on what's going on in the building, this, scheduling, all that kind of stuff. And then the director tends to take like everything else. And what it ends up looking like is the ability, I always thought the ability to work with a lot of disparate groups is really, really important in this position. Because, Friends, Foundation, Library Board, staff, directors. Library district.
Huge.
You feel like you have many masters in this position. And balancing that, understanding the funding versus the governance versus, all that stuff, it's really confusing. I mean, seriously, I think it took me like 2 years to figure it all out. And the operations stuff is like, I think you're right, is what I'm saying, is I think you're right, because you have to have somebody who can like see the operations and figure out where it all fits together and then work with the operations person and then talk about how we're gonna like make this all work.
So a question might be, how does the, prospective candidate see a balance between strategic planning and funding initiatives and operations? Because you want somebody that supports your strong operations person, but you don't want someone, I don't think, that gets so down in the weeds that, in 1923, when you're trying to look at this plan again for reals, nothing is happening.
2023?
Yeah, 2023, yes, sorry. So I think it's important to have a balance, but if you have a strong operations person, perhaps that person needs to the director needs to be more of a strategic thinker to support operations.
That makes sense. I try to stay out of the weeds myself.
That's something that the staff needs to really discuss because they have a much clearer sense of their needs than outsiders do.
Yeah, and they'll have that opportunity at the staff meeting this month that I won't be at, so they can talk as freely as they want to.
There's a difference between it being a fixer and a planner. And where's the balance there?
Of course, we're managers too, so
Yeah.
that means we're fixing. Because
Right.
it wouldn't be a problem if it didn't float up to us, you know what I mean? So, yeah. And then if you have any thoughts about the interview process, good questions. I think I shared with you, I know I shared with you when I went to Newburgh for their director interview. They had 3 panels, which I thought was just really so interesting. They got everybody, they had people from the library board, from the Friends, from all over, staff on each of the panels. And they had 3 panels. We all met together in the morning and kind of talked about what the day is going to look like. And then we went off to our 3 respective rooms, and the candidates were brought to us one by one, and we had basically 20 minutes with each candidate. So they were done interviewing basically in the morning. And we had kind of a general panel, and I could get more information about what that looked like. We had one that was kind of about funding, which that was the one I was on, and I told you I thought it would be super boring, and then it was like such a revelation as to like people's values and what they felt was important to emphasize. It was very, very interesting. And then to another group, they did a presentation so that they could kind of show that they could put some thoughts together, convey some thoughts in like kind of a PowerPointy kind of way and all that stuff, And then they had, at the end of the day, they had like a public meet and greet. And we had that when I was here. I thought it was just absolutely the most horrendous thing I'd ever lived through in my life. Would never want to do it again. Hope to never do it again. The city still does it. They're weird situations. You kind of invite all the candidates to be part of this public meet and greet. I'll be talking with HR about that. But if you have any thoughts about, what, really great interviews that you've been at or even gone through and what they maybe look like and what you think would be appropriate for this position, all thoughts are welcome on that.
Will the board have a role in the interviewing?
Yeah, and I mean, that's a really good question. I think that at least 1 or 2 board members should be involved in some part of the interview, I want all the groups to have all the support groups to have a stake in sending at least 1 or 2 people. It's just kind of like, what does that day look like and how involved will people be, But that would be the kind of public meet and greet, or even if it's just for the support groups, the Friends, the Foundation, and the library board and staff or something, even if it's just for them. That I think there needs to be some kind of forum where all of you guys could come, probably after work hours, for a little mix and mingle, and then you lob a couple questions at these people so you can prove that they can prove to us that they can stand up in public and talk without falling apart, basically. Because that's important. Can they meet individuals one-on-one, at the end of a long, tiring day, and still, you don't want a shirking wallflower that they don't have to be a raging extrovert, I'm not saying that, but you've got to have some people skills in this job. Absolutely required. So that would be one way, that would be one aspect of it.
Well, if it's one or two members from the board, I'd recommend Oz be that person. I hope you don't take offense to that, but with your experience, I think you'd be the right person.
I've been on a lot of search committees, that's for
Have
sure.
you? Yeah, you too? Yeah.
Oh, question about the format.
Yeah.
Is this one of those situations where there's a set group of questions and you're not allowed to deviate from those?
My understanding is that there's a set group of questions and you can deviate from those if you want to do like a follow-up on an answer. That's what I would say today. I would have to definitely double check with HR, but that's my understanding of what's, legal and okay, is you have to ask everybody the same thing, but depending on what they tell you, you can like follow up on questions.
That makes it exceptionally valuable to have the meet and greet where it's a little more
does.
open.
It does. Yeah. Okay.
All right, any more questions or comments on item 6?
That's great, and feel free, just, you think of something, just throw it my way, because this is all very, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Item 7, future agenda items, state library report.
No, it's not on there.
Oh, I can't log into the meeting anymore. Great. I couldn't log on to the computer tonight, so Claudia logged me in, and it got timed out. So anyway, that's a problem, but, because I can't end the meeting, but otherwise, we're fine. So, the state library report needs to be done by October the 1st. The people up at Link, they usually do a bunch of statistics for us because they can gather that really easily in-house. Send them out, and until I get those, it's not worth starting on the state library report. But what follows after that is the LDAC report, and we will be doing it for 2 years. So I expect to have those drafted up and really very nearly ready to go by September, because it needs to be done by October 1st, Oh, and then the other thing I sent you recently was the Link strategic plan. And I thought we could discuss that in September as well.
All right, I don't see communications on here. Was everyone, those groups all, not meeting in August or?
Oh, we met.
Oh, you did?
I just forgot it.
Do we want
This is
to,
why you need a new library director. I'm tired and spacey.
okay, we'll have an item 8. We'll make communications, I guess.
Perfect,
So,
thank you.
Nick, we'll touch about LDAC.
We did meet, the LDEC did meet, and we get some information about what's going on with Gladstone and Oak Grove and how they're progressing. And, but it sounds like they're still moving forward. And the biggest discussion topic was the progress report, as Mo was alluding to, that is now been approved by LDAC. And, there's a lot of discussion about the details around the statistics or the data that was to be gathered and really how it's going to be viewed and that type of thing. And that's pretty much it. Anything else, Mo, that you?
No, but it took a long time to discuss.
It's really disgusting.
All right, Cynthia, thank you, Nick.
Sure.
And Mo for going through a very long meeting.
3 hours will never get back.
Cynthia, Library Foundation report?
Excuse me. Well, we missed our July meeting because of people being out of town or on vacation, and we just didn't quite have the quorum that we were looking for to take the next steps for planning the soft beginning of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Project. But we haven't been completely still. During the interim, Karen and Mo and others have put a lot of time into developing a fundraiser and soft kickoff point on October 18th, which will be an Ellen White concert. And it will be kind of begin our efforts to sort of get some word out to the community and to begin to just soft sell and soft begin that project. For those of you who don't know Ellen White, I don't know if anybody doesn't know Ellen White.
Never.
She's a wonderful musician, and Ellen White has the Ellen White Band. She's a Grammy-nominated musician, and she's agreed to be a part of this, and details are being worked on even as we speak.
Right, great. Thank you, Cynthia. Ken, Friends of the Library.
Well, they seem to be a pretty friendly group. They have, they seem to have enough money reserved to help out any project that comes along that's, that they deem to be worthy, and I think they're looking for ways to disperse the money. At least that's the impression I'm getting. They picked up a couple new volunteers. And they're also going to get 2 more bookcases.
Oh, good. Yeah.
But
And the bookstore's doing well.
bookstore's doing well. I was in the other day, and there are a lot of people in there. But
So they get more walk-ins now.
oh yeah, they get a lot of walk-ins. I think it's just because people walk up and down the street there, and they don't go across the street from City Hall.
Yeah, I think they're doing well in their new spot. You know, it's a little smaller, so it suits them better as far as all their activity, and
Yeah.
it's turning out to be very consistent as far as what they can count on making monthly. I think they're very happy with their new spot.
But they've had some patron behavior problems in the past, so, but they didn't mention it today.
Yeah, nothing this month, it didn't sound like.
At least not like what you guys got.
No, not yet. No.
All right, thank you, Ken. Any future agenda items we haven't already discussed?
I would like to add one, and that is have a discussion about the LDAC having an alternate to me at the LDAC meetings, and particularly as we get into the task force and that type of thing.
So that's separate.
The task force
LDAC is separate from Big Task Force.
Right,
Yeah.
but it's still.
Gotcha.
I think it'd be great to have somebody with some more detailed understanding of what's going on in LDAC.
It's a good idea. It's complicated, so it's a good idea.
All right, any other comments or further business? Since there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned.